Testing, testing. Good evening and welcome to the City Commission meeting pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, that the Texas Open Meetings Notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on October 21st, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. Here in the chambers on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Texas, 78520. We will proceed with the roll call, starting with Mayor John Cowan.
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas. Commissioner Gustavo De Leon. Commissioner Narent Galonsky. Present. Commissioner Tino Villarreal.
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias.
Present.
And Commissioner Brian Martinez.
Present.
We do have a quorum present to proceed. We will have the invocation that will be led by Pastor Brad Burks, and following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Let's all stand for the prayer, and please remain standing afterwards for the pledge to the flags. Father God, we thank you for your love, your grace, and your mercy. We thank you for your loving truth. Lord, I ask you to open each of our hearts to receive what you have from us. And Lord, we thank you again for your loving truth. We ask you to have your way in this meeting. We ask you to bless everyone who has anything to present today. Thank you for our firefighters, our police, our school district. Lord, lead and guide our voters in this election. Lead and guide them with your heart to do the very best for the city of Brownsville, the state of Texas, for this nation. We ask you to lead our mayors and city commissioners here today. And we ask all of these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And we'll just have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen.
Proclamations honoring the senior softball team 2025 Texas West champions.
If we could please have the team, the coaches, come up here. We are so excited to have our senior softball team and present this proclamation on behalf of the City Commission. Whereas the City of Brownsville, Texas takes immense pride in recognizing the accomplishments of its outstanding young athletes who exemplify dedication, teamwork, and excellence in competition. And whereas the senior softball team made history as the first District 24 Little League team to win the District 24 Section 4 and ultimately the Texas West State Championship. And whereas this remarkable group of athletes comprised of talented 15 and 16-year-old girls from Bronzeville, Olmito, Los Fresnos, and La Feria demonstrated extraordinary skill, determination, and sportsmanship throughout the 2025 season. And whereas on July 9th through 10th, 2025, the team traveled to Abilene, Texas, and proudly represented the Rio Grande Valley. emerging victorious and bringing home the Texas West state title, a first in our region's history. And whereas these young women not only brought honor to their communities, but also served as role models for future generations, showing what can be achieved through perseverance, unity, and heart. And whereas the city of Brownsville commends their coaches, families, and supporters who stood by their side and helped pave the way for success. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by charter of said city, do hereby recognize the 2025 Texas West State Champions Senior Softball Team, done on this day, the 21st of October, 2025.
Three, two, one.
And if the coach or any of the players would like to say a few words, please.
Hi, we're just super proud of this group of ladies. We have been working for this. Like during the summer, we practiced hard and we would keep up. I know some girls had some summer classes. So we just, like us as a team, we would like to say thank you to the city of Brownsville, and I would like to congratulate these ladies.
Hi, we just wanted to say thank you, and I want to say thank you to not only the girls, our coaches, and Brownsville itself to guide these girls and to show where we're from and to show that we're from Brownsville, to show that there is talent here and there is a lot of great opportunities that can come from this town. So we're very proud of the girls, and we want to thank you guys for giving us a place to grow up and to show ourselves off. Thank you so much.
Proclamation number 2 is recognizing U.S. and Mexico Binational Health Month.
A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizes U.S.-Mexico Binational Health Month. Whereas today we inaugurate the U.S.-Mexico Binational Health Month in Brownsville, Texas, to celebrate a mobilization of community agencies and volunteers working together to improve the health and well-being of our community, Hispanic, Latino, and migrant population in the United States. And whereas this celebratory event is carried out in partnership with the City of Brownsville Department of Health, Wellness and Animal Services, the Mexico Secretaría de Salud, and the Texas Department of State Health Services, Office of the Board of Public Health, and the 10 U.S.-Mexico border states, and many partners that help address the health priorities along the border. And whereas border health priorities such as tuberculosis, HIV, sexual transmitted diseases, chronic diseases, disease surveillance, mental health, drug abuse among people living in the border areas compared to people living in non-border areas, and this variance increases because border residents are often more likely to face social detriments that negatively impact health, such as poverty, transportation barriers, and lack of economic opportunity. And whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including disease outbreaks such as COVID-19, pandemic, measles, nature disasters, and disasters caused by human activity. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby proclaim October as the U.S.-Mexico Binational Health Month 2025 in Brownsville, Texas, and call upon the community to observe this week by helping our families, friends, neighbors, co-workers, and leaders to better understand the value of binational public health and supporting great opportunities to adopt preventative lifestyle habits, done on this 21st day of October 2025. Congratulations.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Alberto Perez. I represent the Department of State Health Services. I want to thank the City of Brownsville, commissioners and mayors for having us here, and thank Dr. Ad Rodriguez, who has been a partner with the state and with our binational efforts for a long time already. I know Dr. Rodriguez for about 14, 15 years now. I've been working along his side. He's been excellent, almost, I would say, a mentor to me in public health. So thank you very much. I want to thank also the city management, city managers for allowing all the projects that they do with us, allowing some funding for them to keep doing the binational work that they're doing. They're doing excellent work. We do binational work from the city of Brownsville all the way to Laredo. So we do cover most of the border in Texas. And I could say that City of Brownsville is one of the best partners that we've had in a long time. So thank you very much for allowing us to be here, and thank you for that recognition. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, mayor de la ciudad de Brownsville, señores comisionados, muchísimas gracias. Muy contentos definitivamente por este mes binacional de salud. Hemos estado trabajando muy de la mano con el doctor Rodríguez, con todo su equipo. La verdad, muy contentos, pues sabemos que hay un compromiso que es de la salud con nuestra gente. Definitivamente sabemos que estamos en la frontera, pero el tema de las enfermedades no hay división para eso. Hemos estado trabajando muy bien, hemos encontrado a Arturo, que es una persona que tenemos ya varios años de conocerla, muy dinámico, estamos buscando todos los días la manera de poder trabajar y realizar acciones que repercutan en beneficio de la salud de la gente del lado mexicano y de la gente de Estados Unidos. Así es que felicidades, muchísimas gracias por todo su apoyo, estamos a sus órdenes. Gracias.
Honorable Mayor, members of the commission, the team behind me works 24/7. We all say that at 5 o'clock on a Friday, we get that phone call. I need to express the many years of experience that are in this room from public health and through the pandemic, through recently H5N1 cases and so forth. This is the team that gets the call after hours from the top of the state to the local level, and the work that goes many times behind the scenes. This dynamic team is always on it, and we are honored to be part of this. Not only this recognition of being part host in past years, but on Friday we had a binational conference, and today we had an exercise in McAllen. And just to see that the RGV is coming together and leading U.S. binational health efforts at a time when local governments need to work with each other is just a ray of sunshine to see that we continue to empower our citizens and empower our leadership in public health to lead through these difficult times. Thank you.
The next portion is the public comment period. Section 2-26 under the meetings and agendas, item number 1 under conduct states that conversations between or among the audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room, and that attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, that cell phones and that attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, et cetera, or any of the mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, or T-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding the placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only the city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If a report, letter, et cetera, is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to an individual commission members. Today, Mayor and the City Commission, we have 3 that have been pre-registered, starting with Yolanda Spees.
So today is October 21st, 2025. I'm here today because of the last meeting. I requested, and I was serious when I demanded that Pastor Burks be removed as the person responsible for invocations. I think we need to put that position on rotation. It's abundantly clear that Burks is not responsible, professional, or wise enough to continue in that position. My understanding is that when a person can no longer do that, they are removed without question. The person is replaced. Why is he still here? If a person does not do their job well, they are dismissed. And since I don't work for the city or a stalker watching and waiting on your every move, I don't know what the situation is, but I'm really hoping that he is gone the next time we have a meeting. All I know is that he has acted inappropriately and unprofessionally. He even endangered each and every one of you. On top of that, if his behavior wasn't enough, he disrespected the city as a whole. 90% of us are Black and brown. More than 50% of us are female. There's a significant number of non-Christians, LGBT, and anyone who is not like Charlie Kirk or Pastor Burks. See the common thread? He disrespected our community and residents. To allow him to stay, even with an apology, is complicity on all of you, on your behalf. Are you complicit, or do you think he was justified in what he said? If you do, remember that you are an elected official. Some of you are coming up on election day. Do you want to stay and keep collecting that check? We need people in office who are not only going to protect us, but they're going to respect us and they're going to defend us. If you can't, please resign, because we need people who are for us and not will allow us to be disrespected. He disrespected us. No one has told me what you all plan on doing. Your political future is hinging. As citizens, we deserve answers. This is not going to go away, because here I've been for the past 3 years since one of you told me it was inappropriate to ask for your help. I won't mention your name, but you know who you are. I want a moment of silence from Melissa, Mark, and Gilbert Hortwin, who deserve a moment of silence because they were murdered in their home. I still want justice for Dobie, who was stolen by the Brownsville Police Department and handed off to a criminal who couldn't even take care of the dog. So I don't know if it's alive or dead. That's why Brownsville PD needs better training.
think if you're done, you can sit down,
No,
please.
I have my moment of silence and I have my 3 minutes. I still have 12 seconds. I'm gonna stay right here.
Next, we have Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I am poor, I am hungry, and because of that, police throw me in jail. I was at the Ruben Torres Boulevard, HEB. I don't, if you know what I mean. I was on the grass on private property. I was allowed by the store managers to be there collecting donations for the poor and for the hungry. 2 police cars came, a male and a female officer. 2 police cars with all the technology, the armor on the officers, their salary, their boots, their guns, their policies, all that amount to hundreds and thousands of dollars. $250,000 used to throw in jail a poor and a hungry homeless. The male police officers, when he find out that I don't have a warrant for my arrest, and I don't have a police record either, he says to me, come down here to the sidewalk so you can be more comfortable. When I step on the sidewalk, he arrests me. And I say, why are you arresting me for? He don't say because I'm soliciting. He says something about loiter. I don't know what it means. I see the judge and the judge says to the deputy, now bring me the one with no problem. That was me, and no problem. And he says, go home, but you have to pay me $50 for the use of the court. Every day that you don't pay, you have to give me $15 penalty. So I wanted to ask the police chief, why in the hell I was arrested? The city ordinance is very clear. You don't block the city right-of-ways, meaning the street, the sidewalk. I wasn't blocking anything. I was in private property on the grass. And I wanted to ask the manager, the city manager, the most beautiful and more intelligent woman, how much is too much? There have to be a limit in the $15 that you have to pay every day. The city ordinance, they are criminals. They are barbarians. They come from the past. They shouldn't exist anymore. They are anti-constitutional because they don't have the consent of the public. The public have to consent in a referendum whether they accept this ordinance or not. My arrest constitutes a false arrest. And the other issue is that I am obligated to work for this violation. That amount to involuntary servitude. What it means is that I am becoming a slave. And you know, slavery in this country is a very tough issue. The blacks are still mad about it. Thank you for the extra time.
Next, we have 2 members from the Youth Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, fellow commissioners and mayor. My name is Rayyan Faruqi. I'm here on behalf of the Youth Advisory Board. I attend IDEA Brownsville, and I am this year's chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, commissioners. My name is Miranda Ursua, and I represent STISD's Medical Professions School as a part of the vice chair of the Youth Advisory Board this year.
And I'm just going to start off by saying that we are honored to be here again today for the 2nd year of the Youth Advisory Board. We had an amazing success for last year, and it's just amazing to see how much we're growing and the impact that we were hoping to have down the line for the 2nd year. That said, we have 22 members representing 11 schools, so we have 2 members from each school in Brownsville this time, followed by we host meetings every 2nd Saturday of the month at the library. and our next meeting will be on November 8th. So far, we have hosted our fundraiser event for the One City Youth Scholarship Program, which was the 5K and the 100-yard dash, followed by our upcoming event, which is the One City Golf Tournament happening in January 31st. Following that, we've also partnered with the Downtown Renaissance Master Plan with Freeze and Nicholas to present to them our ideas of what the future of Brownsville downtown could look like. So hopefully we hope to attend more of those down the line and have that impact right here in the downtown so the youth gets their voice heard for what matters for years to come.
Okay, for starters, I just wanted to say how grateful I am for this opportunity. I think the city of Brownsville really did a big opportunity with this for all the youth of Brownsville, Texas, and we are very proud to serve on this board. So for this year, we really wanted to include in our meetings the Greater Brownsville Incentive Corporation, and we're also going to have a presentation from the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, as well as the Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center to let us know what we could partner up with them and maybe host something for the animals of Brownsville. And we are also going to conduct the Rally in the Valley for the second time. And we will have a stand there at the One City Information Fair. We will also be volunteering at the Easter egg hunt, the 5K that we already conducted in September. The golf tournament is also coming up and other events. We also want to emphasize how thankful we are for the city of Brownsville to open up again the One City Youth Scholarship. We think it's a great opportunity for all the Brownsville students to be able to get their funding in, especially when it's not available, and represent the city of Brownsville wherever they go. Thank you.
Next, we have the signing ceremony. Is the presentation and signing of the collective bargaining agreement with the Firefighters Association, Local 970. Yes, the mayor needs to sign, and then, yes, and will, Mayor. Okay. So before you, there's two agreements that needs to be signed by Mayor Cowan and then the president.
We invite our firefighters to come up here to take a group picture. Thank you so much. And also to the president of the firefighters, Joe Huerta, Brownsville Firefighter Association Local 970. Thank you so much for your leadership. This has been probably one of the fastest collective bargaining agreements we've been able to sign through trust and collaboration as one city. So thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, for Carlos, your IT and everything.
Yeah, we can do this.
Also, also we have the recognition of the Brownsville Fire Department on its 150th anniversary in acknowledgement of the official resignation of Governor Greg Abbott. There it is.
Ready? So Mayor and Commissioners, Rogelio Chanes, IGR Manager for the City of Brownsville. On behalf of Governor Greg Abbott, I'm here to present a recognition to the Fire Department celebrating 150 years of dedicated service to the City of Brownsville.
And then we'll take a short recess. There is refreshments for the celebration. And we'll return in 10 minutes. It's in the hall. Good evening. We ready to reconvene into open session? No, that's fine. Ready? For the proclamation? Okay. Mayor, may we reconvene from the recess?
Yes, please.
Perfect. The time is 5:53 PM. We will reconvene into open session. The presentation, item number 1, is the Brownsville Independent School District 2025 bond election, BISD.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening to everyone. First of all, let me thank you for the opportunity to be here. And as you know, I'm Jesus Chavez, School Superintendent, and I'm here to give information. So we did have a Citizens Bond Committee that worked on this. Actually, they began their work November. They studied November, January, February, and provided a board report on the 28th of January. Since then, of course, we've actually called for a bond election. There are two propositions. There's Proposition A, which is for $385 million. Here on the screen, you can see that there's a listing of things that would be addressed. We have roofing, HVAC, lighting, plumbing, windows, a number of things that are listed under there. This would be for 39 of our campuses. And I want to say that, you know, when you have a large district and a good number of schools. So there are a total of 50 schools. You've only got so much money to use, right? And so here the amount was 385 million for 39 schools. Proposition B is one that focuses on a performing arts center. Now remember, these are going to be actually on the ballot, and you get to vote twice, right? A or B, for or against, and that's the way that works. So B, Performing Arts Center, this is for 1,800 seats. In addition to that, keep in mind though that it will have rooms for individuals who come to perform. And here we're talking about, really it's going to be for elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. But yes, rooms for the preparation. If you've ever been in choir, if you've ever been in band, if you've ever been in some of the other acting competitions that we have, remember that there's a warm-up, a practice, and so we'll have rooms for that, and then the actual presentation. In addition to that, a lot of those areas can be used as meeting rooms. So I just wanted to emphasize that. The total here is 460 million. We have just very quickly some pictures here to show you. We've got some roofs. And here, you know, as you think of when it rains, yes, we've had to actually close a wing, if you will, or 6 rooms in this area, because we do have roofing leaks, and students then have to move to library, maybe to the gym, maybe to other areas so they can hold classes. Air conditioning is another one, and you see here a picture of an older one. The third one here, and actually I tell you, this is where I started my teaching career at Garza Elementary, and I still remember these doors that not only were they then, 50 years ago, they're there today. And so here the replacement of some of these windows into more modern situations. Very quickly here, I know this is a lot of information, but the thing I want to emphasize is really the bottom number that has the annual projected BISD taxes. Last year for an average priced home, and that's what I'm going to go over all these columns, an average priced home. Last year they paid $873. Because the old bonds have been paid, that amount is going down, right, for this year. And so it's actually going down to $380. Well, if you think of the bond election then being approved, then yes, that would go up by $62 next year. In other words, a slow increase, not only in the taxes, but in the amount here. The first year, it would go up to $442. And we have the information there. I'm going to go to the last one 5 years from now. Remember, that's in 2031, 5 years down the road. Yes, that amount would go to $752, still lower than the amount that people paid the last 2 years. So that's an emphasis that we have. Why is that happening? Well, here, one of the positive things that the state has done is giving us, all of us who own property, tax relief for our homestead. And so that actual relief is going to go from $1,000 that you don't have to pay on your home to $140. Well, for those that are 65 and older, they're actually going to add another $60,000. So now someone who is 65 or older, if you have a home and it's less than $200,000, they actually are going to go to zero, which is this next figure here. You see that folks who were 65 or older and they filled out, having those taxes deducted, you notice that last year they paid $770. That's going to go to $0 over the next 3 years. $0, $0, $0, and then it slowly goes up. So I wanted to emphasize that as well. We have a lot of information on our website. Please go take a look at it. The other thing that I'll tell you is if you're looking at one of the specific 39 schools that would be addressed, we have the detail. What's the square footage on the roof that's going to get replaced? How many windows are going to be redone? What's going to be done to the floor? How about the security system? Is that going to improve so we have good security for our students and teachers? That detail is on the website. So let me encourage everybody to go take at their school. Thank you so very much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And, from my perspective, I wanted to give information not only to the city council, but to the entire city of Brownsville. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez. Obviously, this is an important election. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have the consent agenda items.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent item agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 1 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-022 to rezone from the residential single-family R1 to the corridor commercial CC to allow for a commercial development restaurant bookstore at Lot 16, Block 1, Palm Gardens subdivision, Section 4, Cameron County, Texas, located at 4605 of McKenzie Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 2.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So this request is an upzone from residential single-family to commercial corridor. The proposed use is a commercial development. It's actually a coffee shop that the applicant is proposing with a component being a bookstore. The property is fronting McKenzie Road. Well, it's actually right on the intersection of McKenzie Road and Central Avenue. This image is just to prove that we put a sign on the property showing that there's a public hearing. This is just a new requirement as per state law. This past legislative session. From that point on, now we have to put signs on properties to provide more transparency.
How big does the sign have to be?
It has to be 24 by 36 at minimum. This is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 20 mailouts. There were 0 written oppositions. However, there were 2 verbal oppositions at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Some residents do have concerns about this development. Those concerns are actually related to traffic. They're concerned that this proposed use will result in an increase in traffic. And they also have safety concerns related with this intersection because based on their experience, because they live there, they have seen that it's an intersection that's prone to vehicular accidents. And so they believe that this proposed use might contribute to an increase on those accidents. This is the zoning map. What predominates in the area is residential single family. And as you can see, the property that's being rezoned is right at the intersection of McKenzie and Central. And it is part of that subdivision on the northeast side of the image that is a residential subdivision. To the west, there is a daycare, it's zone commercial corridor. And to the south, not yet developed. However, when this subdivision to the south was developed back in 2018, the developer did rezone this L-shaped portion or parcel on the south side of McKenzie to be destined as commercial development. This is another aerial image, and as you can see, Central Avenue and McKenzie Road. And just last night, the applicant provided this image of what they would be proposing. Now, to clarify, for a zoning change, it's not required to submit a site plan. We don't require the submittal of a site plan because we don't want the developer to spend money on something that they don't know if it will be approved or not. So because there was opposition and to provide more clarity to the commission, we did ask them, we did reach out to see if by any chance they had something that drawn up to where we could show at tonight's meeting. And so this is what they're proposing. It's a parking area and they show a food truck. Now, this is not, it doesn't correlate with what they put on the application, which was a coffee shop with a bookstore. Analyzing this particular image and the recorded plat, first of all, we want to point out that along North Central Avenue, as established by plat, there is a non-access easement. And as you can see, they're proposing an access point on that side, which wouldn't be permitted. So at least that portion of this site plan, access-wise, it would not be allowed. Additionally, they're proposing a food truck, a single food truck. As per the UDC, a single food truck is only permitted in unison or as an accessory to a primary use, not by itself. So the use or how they're showing their business model on this site plan is not compliant with the UDC. And finally, we just wanted to point out that because they're next to single-family residences, they have to build a masonry wall along those property lines that are shared with the residential use. Now, even though the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan, and staff did recommend approval as well as P&Z, the applicant has been notified that they would have to make adequate modifications to be able to comply or to be able to establish this proposed use on the property. Additionally, we just want to point out as well that because we did have neighbors with concerns, we did meet with them prior to this meeting. At that meeting that we had with them, our city engineer was present to discuss potential solutions to potentially mitigate the traffic concerns, perhaps slow down, finding methods to slow down traffic. We went through the options of speed bumps, perhaps putting a radar out at the intersection to deter people from driving over the speed limit. So we do have here our engineering department to provide a little bit more input on that. So any questions?
Questions or comments from the commission?
So they apply, because what I see here is a library and a coffee shop.
Yes.
And that sounds amazing. But the plans that I'm seeing here, it's a food truck.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And if we were to approve what this is, are we approving, I mean, are we approving like the
No.
coffee shop or the food truck?
No, so what they're proposing as a site plan here, or what they're showing, yes, perhaps is a vision that they had, but it's not complying with the UDC. So even if you approve it this evening, you would only be approving the land use and the zoning change. You wouldn't be approving the site plan. They would still have to make corrections to the site plan to where it meets all the requirements that the UDC has.
And then one more question, this is for traffic, this is for Mr. Garcia. I had heard that, there might be those small, correct me if I'm wrong, for the bike lanes, armadillos, yeah, that there was gonna be armadillos on North Central Avenue to help minimize speeding, but I'm not sure if it's true or not, I haven't seen
Yes,
them since.
we're proposing delineators, which are the vertical panels, not the armadillos, the vertical, like those, have you seen driven over University Boulevard, right by the bridge? They have those plastic poles.
They look like PVC pipes,
Yes,
right? Okay.
right. That's what we're proposing, yes, ma'am. It's for a bike lane, it's for a bike lane.
Oh, I have a follow-up question to that. I know one of the concerns was the street. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we redid this road recently, and one of the strategies we did was narrow the lanes. Does that reach all the way up to that part of Central Avenue where this proposed site plan is?
Yes, it does, Commissioner, yes.
It does?
And basically, the roadway was narrowed because of the installation of the bike lanes on either side of the
Correct.
roadway. So therefore, narrowing the size of the lanes to traffic, it's a traffic calming measure as well. So provide safety for cyclists, right? Also narrows the lanes, use as a traffic calming
That street is much more better drivable.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Leticia Salas. I reside at 4605 Elliott Circle, which is right at the zone. I wasn't able to be here for the first meeting because I was unfortunately with COVID, but I am here now, and I would like to be able to express my concern. My concern is this. I bought that property because it was residential. I don't see why I have to be submitted to pay the commercial taxes on a property that I bought as a residence for my family. That street, Central, is so busy. Cars pass by at 60 miles an hour all the time. There are accidents right at that corner that are at least once a month. Accidents are there. The last one was like last month, and it was a DPS off car and a Brownsville PD car that collided in that street. It is very, very dangerous. There's a daycare, and there is Perkins Elementary on that street, and the traffic is chaotic. And my concern is my taxes. My concern is that now my property that was there for residential, now it's gonna be commercial. I don't want that. I know they are looking forward to their business, and I commend them for that. But that affects me personally and my family financially and emotionally with having all these cars coming in and going and coming. And knowing that that street, that particular corner, has so many accidents. And it's not one, it's at least 2 times a month there are accidents, and they all hit that particular property because they ram it and it goes right in there. So what if there is an accident and there's people sitting there? If there's gonna be a food truck or there's gonna be something else, what happens? We've got to look beyond just one thing. It's everything. So I ask that you consider this really diligently to see what really is going on. And you decide what you need to do, but I am asking that you favor what I am asking for, that you look at all of this. The street is not big enough or wide enough for having like bicycle areas to go through or whatever. The street is extremely, extremely chaotic. Like I said, we used to have humps that would control the traffic. Those would disappear. Those disappeared completely. Now the people drive, like I said, excessively. You just hear them zoom, zoom, and that's all you see is dust flowing all over where they're going so fast. My concern, like I said, is my taxes increasing when I bought residential, not commercial. I didn't look for a place that was gonna be commercial. I looked for a place that was residential for the safety of my family and me, and for the safety of the other people that are living right there. So I apologize that I was not able to come forward the last meeting that we had, but I was sick with COVID, so obviously I couldn't be here. He said that he had spoken with the people, I guess the people that are basically in that circle for the commercial. Nobody came to talk to me, to explain anything to me, like he says he did with other people, but not with me. So I'm left basically in the blue. Okay, so I just leave it up to you all's decisions. You're the mayor, you're the commissioners. I hope you know what is best. Thank you very much for your opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, please step forward.
Tardes. Voy a hablar español porque
Sí,
inglés
claro.
no manejo mucho. Mi nombre es José Ambriz y mi esposa y yo somos dueños de esta propiedad. La razón por qué queremos cambiarlo es porque por más de 7 años estuve trabajando para una compañía la cual pues tuvo que correr a casi todos los empleados o todos los empleados. Y pues lo vi como una oportunidad para poder autoemplearme, mi esposa y yo. Mi esposa es de profesión maestra. Yo también tengo mi degree en México, licenciado en sistemas de computación administrativo, pero mi pasión es la cocina. Y siempre he cocinado. Y la gente, amigos, familiares que han probado mi comida, Mexican food, les ha gustado. Y pues nosotros pensamos que si tuviéramos esa oportunidad, ¿verdad? No estamos trayendo ninguna cadena que va famosa, que de un restaurante grande, nada de eso. Y pues sí, yo lo que menos quiero son problemas porque nosotros somos de paz. Cuando hablaba, me dijeron, tienes que poner algo ahí, pues comida, restaurante. Y una de las cosas que nosotros hemos hecho por muchos años, en el transcurso de toda nuestra vida, es destruir recursos bíblicos, en este caso, Biblias, ¿verdad? Y se me hace buena idea si yo tuviera el dinero para construir un edificio, un restaurante grande y tener, o sea, qué padre, ¿no? Obviamente, si se pudiera hacer, me tendría que sujetar a lo que me den los lineamientos que deben de hacer para hacerlo y ir creciendo conforme vaya pudiendo. No somos ricos, ni tenemos patrocinio de nadie. En cuanto al peligro que pudiera implicar, realmente no lo veo. Sí ha habido accidentes en el área. ¿Puedes poner el número 3? ¿El qué pasó? Ok, en slides podemos ver las zonas rojas son comerciales, a los cuales prácticamente no hay nada ahí. O sea, son áreas muy grandes comerciales que tarde que temprano van a establecer algún comercio ahí. ¿Qué tipo? No sé. Lo único que sí sé yo es que si nosotros tuviéramos la oportunidad de tener un trabajo ahí, yo no creo que vaya a ser un peligro, porque si ha pasado los accidentes tendríamos que analizar qué fue la causa del accidente, por qué motivo. Ahí hay semáforo, está todo muy bien, está todo bien señalamientos y todo esto. Y si ha habido accidentes, la razón no sabe. Yo no me han tomado el tiempo, no sé por qué ha pasado. La persona no sabe manejar, no sé. Quisieron pasar el alto, no sé qué fue lo que pasó. Pero yo en lo personal, pues pido una disculpa si he ofendido a alguien, si piensan que estoy tratando de hacer algo que voy a hacer un daño. No, eso sí, no, yo no lo haría jamás, puesto que nosotros, nuestra postura es tratar de ayudar siempre a las personas, pero dentro de nuestras posibilidades. Y muchas veces Dios nos ha dado la oportunidad de hacerlo en el ámbito espiritual. Por eso no puse Christian Bookstore porque pues rápido llené el documento ahí que tiene que llenar la solicitud. Pero básicamente sería como vender comida, no un menú grande, perdón, y distribuir uno que otro recurso, una Biblia o un libro que le podamos aconsejar a alguien, si nos lo permiten, ¿verdad? Para su salud mental. Eso sería todo y gracias y aprecio su atención.
Gracias.
Cualquier pregunta, pues si tiene alguna duda, pues puedo responder.
Tengo preguntas, Martín. El señor comentó que hay semáforo, pero is it like a three-way light or is it like a blinking light? Yo no me acuerdo.
No, it's a full functioning traffic light. And there's one on every corner.
Bueno, y and then on the L-shaped lot that's designated commercial, is that a residential home or is it a business?
No, it's a residential home on the image, but it was purchased, when the subdivision was created, all of that was purchased. So that's just an aerial image that's being shown.
So if say the owner of this big L-shaped lot were to subdivide and sell the other half, like the other side of McKinsey, would it stay as commercial, or would the next owner have to go for a rezoning because it's a new owner?
No, the
Like, will it
zoning
stay-
goes with the property. It stays with it regardless if it's subdivided or if there's a transfer in ownership.
Is it, I was curious, like, if it's grandfathered in just because the current owner has it as residential? Like, so if they sell it or subdivide it, will it switch or no?
No, it stays with the land.
I have a question on the speed humps that were there. Are they going to be replaced or are they?
Mayor, there's no speed humps right now. We were performing a traffic study to see if it will qualify for a speed hump. But to be honest, it probably would not, since there's a signal there, so close to the intersection, we probably would. But we're definitely doing the study on that.
I think the other stretch of Central Avenue it's a pretty straight shot that with no traffic lights. I think that's the area that you have to look at.
And yeah, it's also a collector as well.
Any other questions or comments?
And then, Martin, so if you were to make a restaurant, is the lot big enough to do enough parking? Because, so you will only have the exit and entrance through McKenzie, which is already a pretty busy street. But then, like, is the lot big enough to have, like, enough parking for so-and-so, and then maybe maneuver?
Well, that's subjective. It would be based on the design that they provide, but potentially it could be. I mean, the parking calculation is based on the square footage of the venue or the structure. So potentially it could have sufficient parking to accommodate based on the size.
And I believe that we have one more speaker.
Hello, good morning.
You can lower the mic if you'd like.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julissa Ramirez. I live at 4606 Elliott Circle, which is right in front of the proposed lot, right behind, sorry. And my concern is the same as Ms. Letty's. There is a lot of accidents, and she said the last accident was last month, but that's not true. The last accident was maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and then before then, on the day that we had the planning commission met, they crashed as well, and an 11-year-old girl was harmed. So that's mainly my concern as well. It's really bad. I mean, like, really bad. Every night we hear on every time we hear it, it's just like a big boom, and we know that somebody crashed, and all of the neighborhood goes to check on them because they usually crash really bad. Like she said, a DPS officer and then a cop also crashed right there. And then the L-shaped lot that they were talking about, that one is not as dangerous because that's not where they crash. It's always right at that corner. And then my other concern is also, like, we have a lot of children in our neighborhood, and just opening that area to more people, strangers that we don't know, more cars. One of our neighbors' kids did already get run over. And I'm just afraid that more cars would mean more accidents, would mean more harm to the children that live in our neighborhood. They're really young. They're infant to like maybe 13. And they love playing outside. So that's another one of my concerns is the children. And the noise also. I'm a college student and so is my sister. And our rooms are like right at the back of the house where they're proposing the lot to be. And that's another concern, but honestly, my main concern really is safety. They crash really bad, and I'm afraid that someone is gonna get off of their car to go get some food, and they're gonna hit them, and that will be fatal with how bad they crash. I really ask you to consider this, please, before you allow anything to be done to this area, and I thank you for your time.
I believe there's another person that would like to speak. I saw you I saw someone raise their hand that they wanted to speak.
No?
No, you, I don't know, sir.
Martina, I have oh, she's going to speak. Go ahead.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Sonia Ambriz. Soy la esposa de la persona que habló hace rato, ¿verdad? Solamente para anexar, decían que puede haber problemas por la cuestión de escuela, es cuestión de guardería, pero en sí nosotros, nuestra área que pensamos tratar de hacer es en un horario que no afecta el horario del escolar. O sea, no va a ser a las 7, 8 de la mañana o 2 de la tarde, que es el tiempo donde hay más movimiento. Es un horario un poquito más tarde, donde hay más, no hay tanta movilidad de estudiantes o niños que estén en la escuela. O sea, creo que eso también se puede tomar en cuenta en nuestro proyecto que queremos realizar. Era todo nada más. Gracias.
Gracias.
Tiny thing.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry that I just omitted. He made me remember it. The lot is simply a residential lot. If you put a building in there, it has to be really small in order to have the parking, because the lot would not accommodate parking in that residential lot. It's not that wide and it's not that long, and there would not be that much room for anything like that. So I just wanted to address that, because he was saying that there was a possibility if I guess the building would be a lot smaller, but it would have to be really a small building in order to accommodate parking. Okay, I'm sorry, taking your time.
Mr. Martin, you said that there was going to be sufficient parking on that. How many parking spaces could really even fit on that lot?
Well, again, it depends on the size of the structure. The calculation that's required by the code is 1 parking space for every 200 square feet of structure. It's our most strict ratio out of all the uses, which is for restaurants. So they would be subject to that. So let's say if we're looking at a 1,000 square foot building, they would only be required 5 parking spaces.
I have a comment on all this is going on. We're not looking at a building right now. We're looking at a property. So that would be completely a different day down the road. We're not looking at how many parking spots right now. We're basically just looking at, do you all want to make a commercial or not? I hope we can stay on point now, because we're getting way out of hand.
No, I just had questions, because usually we get these and you talk to us about like if there was written opposition or things like that, and I didn't see a slide for that.
What's that?
I didn't see a slide for, usually when you present to us, there's usually, yeah, I know, but just on the slides, I just want to know, like, why we didn't have a slide with how many written oppositions or.
Well, it's on here. There were 0 written oppositions. The only time when we're required to generate a map or to mention that, let's say, supermajority vote is required is when it's an official or a formal opposition that's written and notarized. In this case, it was just verbal opposition through the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting.
Okay. So did you all, the ladies that spoke up here against this, did you all receive the opportunity to do a written opposition from the city of Brownsville? Either one of the people living in that neighborhood.
I didn't get to hear that, I'm sorry.
Did you receive a notice to give
Did
your
you re-
opposition?
Yeah, did you receive a notice saying, from the city of Brownsville saying, this property in the corner plans to,
We did receive a letter stipulating that the meeting was going to be, I think, the 5th or the 2nd of October, But like I mentioned at the beginning of my introduction, I said I was down with COVID and I was not able to be here at that time for that meeting. That's why now that I'm okay, I'm here pressing my concerns because I was not able to come in at that time with COVID.
Thank you.
Martina, question, are those two verbal oppositions the same two that are here right now? Or would that be four?
Yes.
Those are the two.
Well, an additional one would be, I didn't get her name, but she would be a third.
Okay.
Yes.
So these two went to the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Move
Yeah,
to close.
We have a motion and a second to close public comment. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
He said,
Oh.
okay.
I'll second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard a second.
Second.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Yeah. I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Well, I move to approve.
Motion approved. Second. There being none, motion does not go forward. We have another motion.
I'm actually going to move to table because I think I'm going to go sit by it and see how much traffic moves, like on a day.
Second.
Like I'd like to do that.
All right. We have a motion to table and we have a second.
I'll second that.
Second. Any further discussion?
In that motion, can we?
I would recommend if you table it, we need to, I think because traffic is thing, why don't you allow staff to do the traffic study and look at the traffic accidents that have been talked about? We can go back and give an analysis. So I think it'd be good to give staff that opportunity to bring you data because, you know, and when we're ready, we'll come to you if that's okay.
And if we can include a date and time certain, November 18th will give us enough time to complete that study.
Is that enough time?
Well, she set up equipment already on, this
Okay.
week. So we normally leave it for about a week to get a good sample from, the weekday and the weekend. So we'll have the study done by next week.
Could we set it then for the first November hearing?
November 18th. You said November 18th?
Well, November 18th, but if they can have it ready, then I think.
I just want to make sure we have crash data too, guys. So it's not just this, but we got to look at the historical crash data and
Yeah, and-
pedestrian impact.
And hopefully you can bring a comparison because, I mean, what is too many vehicles?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a motion and a second.
Do you want to put that
table
date
to-
on there, Ms. Konsky, on your motion?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll move to table it to the November 18th meeting.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Items for the individual consideration. Action item number 1 is the consideration and action to approve the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, BCIC, the expenditures of type B funds for project number 25-0010 High Demand Job Training Grant Training Program and Pipe Fitter Training with Workforce Solutions Cameron and Texas Southmost College in the amount not to exceed $150,000 as budgeted to support the workforce training and the creation of primary jobs as authorized under section 501.101 and 505.152 of the Texas Local Government Code, BCIC.
You. Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. This presentation provides an overview of the High Demand Job Training Program, partnership between Workforce Solutions Cameron, Texas Southmost College, and BCIC. This initiative aims to prepare Brownsville residents for high-demand, high-wage careers in construction and manufacturing. This program is supported through the Texas Workforce Commission, the High Demand Job Training Grant, Workforce Solution Cameron's received state funding to address local workforce gaps. BCIC is contributing leverage funds for scholarships while TCS, Texas Southmost College, delivers the training. Together, we're creating a more strong, sustainable workforce pipeline. The RGV is continuing to see a rapid growth in construction and LNG industries, which are demanding really good skilled labor, especially in pipe fitting. Many residents can't afford this non-credit technical training because a lot of times when you go for these trainings, they don't have financial aid to back it up. This program removes the barrier through scholarships, advancing BCIC's mission to enhance economic opportunity and the quality of life. Trainings delivered by Texas Southmost College, Workforce Training and Continuing Education Division over their tech building, includes the NCCER Core Pipe Fitting Levels 1 and 2, as well as the OSHA certificates. Each cohort will include Brownsville residents, both unemployed and employed, seeking to enter or advance in construction trades. So our Workforce Solutions contribution to this is close to $140,000 for equipment, materials, and supplies. Our contribution is $150,000 for scholarships and tuition. And TCS, Texas Southmost College, will provide delivery, oversight, and job placement services. Our goal is to train 50 Brownsville residents with 85% job placement rate. So just a little bit of a fact on the pipe fitting. You know, pipe fitting employment is growing. It's growing 22%, and nationally it's only 2%. So Texas is really growing in that. Average wage for pipe fitting is starting employment for major LNG and all the industry infrastructure projects that are coming online. So we have completed our requirements of hosting a public hearing, conducting the 60-day comment period. The board has already approved the MOU with Workforce Solutions, and tomorrow we have our MOU with the TSC. And so we're asking for authorization for the City Commission to approve the 150 to go through to the scholarships for TSC.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
No, just thank you so much. I love seeing partnerships. I love to see our community have the opportunity to have trainings and jobs such as this. I know that we were looking at the statistics for the medium home income and saw that it's now up to $50,000 per home. And that makes a very large stride for our city. Before we were 25,000 and now to go to 50,000, I think the data sends a very strong message that Brownsville is opening up to new and more opportunities. And that is what we're all about.
Yeah.
I can definitely speak on behalf. I usually don't speak on behalf of the commission because they're just, everybody to their own, but from every single commissioner has demonstrated here is a support and growth for our community.
I do want to point out that normally our sister organization, GBEC, this is their alley, this is their role, but respectively, this is where BCIC can step in when GBEC can't be in the position to assist. And the reason they can't assist for this grant is they already have, under Texas Workforce Commission, only EDC can have one open grant cycle. And so currently GBEC has an open grant in 2024. So that's why we're stepping in.
Thank you.
I just want to echo really quick Commissioner Macia's comments about this being a great opportunity for Brownsville residents. And I often hear when we talk about the new industries in our backyard, it's SpaceX, LNG, well, they're bringing people, and I would love to say, and now we can attest and say, you know, we're going to continue to invest in our residents to be able to work at these great jobs, to be able to provide better for their families.
It was, Bechtel actually came to us and with TSC and saying that, you know, they're in high demand for pipe fitting, but they need more skilled, upskilled labor. And they are doing internally some upskilling, but they just can't meet the demand. So this was another reason why. And Bechtel is actually, and I didn't put it in my presentation, Bechtel is actually putting in, I think $50,000 towards scholarships as well for TSC for this pipe fitting.
Great. I will move to approve.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 2 is the consideration and action to approve the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation expenditures of Type B funds for project number 25-0011 Ode Alice Project, Economic Development Initiative with the City of Brownsville, Cameron County, and the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation for the acquisition of real property to be leased to Cameron Works, Inc., doing business as the Workforce Solutions Cameron in the amount not to exceed $500,000.
Okay, I'm back here. This is a formality. I know you're well aware of the interlocal agreement with the purchase of the Old Alice property purchase. So this is just to provide an overview of our agreements with the city, the county, and GBEC. And so we understand that the acquisition is for the land at Old Alice Road. Our partners with the city, the county, GBEC, we're all going to contribute $500,000 equally, and the city will maintain the property with lease proceeds dedicated to the upkeep and the improvements of the building. And then I believe the deed also includes the restriction of any sale or transfer of the property without approval from the entities. So the purpose of this is, they were told that they can't actually own the land. So this is where the city stepped in to, make sure that they could not relocate to a smaller facility to another community. So this was a great way for us, 4 organizations, to really show that, we're in it together for economic development for the city. I think really that's it. I mean, if I can go through more, but I know y'all are really aware of this, and I don't want to beat the dead horse.
Thank you so much, Corey.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Thank you.
Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Action item number 3 is the consideration and action to authorize a contract with the Foremost Paving, Inc. in the amount of $18,910,830.20 for contract number 126-25-AIR-IFB for a term of 255 calendar days for the runway reconstruction phases 2 and 3 as budgeted.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commission. As you're aware, we did receive 2 grants from the federal government pertaining to this project to the amount about $16.5 million that will complete the reconstruction of runway 1836. Phase 1 is about to open here in the next few days, and then we'll shut it down again either in December or January for completion of this work. This is really for reconstructing the pavement, replacing the taxiway lights, runway lights, signage, and doing the markings on the runway. It's important that we do this. This is our secondary runway. When something happens on our primary runway, which is our commercial runway, we use this runway for continuing our operation at the airport. And we're very excited to complete this work faster than we anticipated. Actually, it was slated to be 3 years, and we're going to do it in 2 years.
Great. Any questions or
Thank you,
comments from the
Angel.
commission?
No, just move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next, we have the board appointments, and before you at the dais, to help with the board appointments, you'll see the worksheet. Starting with item number 1 is the consideration and action on the resolution number 2025-086D to appoint or reappoint members to the Board of Adjustment.
Good evening again, Mayor, Commissioners. At this time, we still have 2 vacancies for alternate positions for the Board of Adjustment.
move to appoint Jeff Ray.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I appointed him to the Brownsville Beautification.
Any further discussion?
Can I amend your? Sure. I think the Board of Adjustment is the same as the.
Building standard.
So just point to both.
I'll amend my motion to appoint Jeff Ray to both the Board of Adjustment and the Building and Standards Commission.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So may I add a comment on the appointment of Jeff Ray? He's currently on a board, which is the BBC. So appointing him to these two will be the third. Would that still,
That is correct, but
because there's
Does
simultaneous?
this include as one? Like, does Board of Adjustment and Planning would be included as one, or?
well, technically, there are two different boards that have different sets of bylaws. And so we would treat them as two different boards, but they're,
I think your mic is off, Counselor.
I'm sorry?
Your mic is off.
Oh, no, it's on. It's on. I'm just, can you hear me now? Okay, yeah. Technically, they are two boards, even though we have them serving on both. In instances like this, there are some exceptions that could be made, and it's just at the discretion of the city commission, especially being that the boards are similar in purpose. They do have different bylaws and whatnot. But if it's the desire of the commission to appoint that individual to three boards, the exception would be that is because it's BSC and BOA and not necessarily like a parks board, which would make it three.
So how would we formalize that intention?
In the appointment, I would say that it's formalized already, if it's voted in. I think there was a first and a second, and I didn't follow if there was a vote already.
Yeah.
Yes, it was already voted, just for the record, wanted to bring
Right.
awareness.
So I think that, to me, that would be sufficient.
So moving forward, is there a way for us, what would be the cleanest way to do this? Can we make
One item.
one board? Like, meaning eliminate the two bylaws, create a new board that has both of these functions, right? So that it's one board and/or do what we just did, which is here internally, these are the only two boards where the exception lies, so that we don't open a can of worms of putting people on three boards.
Right. So for purposes of this evening, I would say right now that would be the cleanest option, is to treat it as the one motion to appoint them to the two different boards, because they are very similar and they share the same members. But moving forward, what we can do to clean it up, that there's no discrepancies, is we are coming back to chapter 2 with some amendments based on what state law has changed. We can use that opportunity to amend the building boards and commissions ordinance, so that we can include where if the similar similar boards and commissions are like BOA and BSC are up for consideration, then that could be treated as one board. So we'll modify the language.
Thank you.
I do have a quick question, Mayor.
Yes.
Counselor, if until we amend that, would we set precedent today by doing that?
We may have set precedents. I don't recall if we had, it was Mr. Jensen. Was he appointed, I think, to BOA and BSC?
Yes,
Yes.
he's on the board.
And I think he currently serves on GBIC. So I think we've kind of set precedents already. We just haven't taken the opportunity to clean it up.
Yeah, I think that would be very ideal to keep everything
Right.
consistent.
Yeah, so we will clean it up so that it is codified.
There's one more, right?
Correct.
Can we
Yeah,
push
it's
it for
on
next meeting? These are alternates, right? So you can still have a functioning board right now?
Correct.
We can continue advertising as we have on social media, just in case.
Thank you.
So that will take care of items 1 and 2. Moving on to action item number 3 is the consideration and action on the resolution number 2025-0121 to appoint or reappoint members to the Special Needs Advisory Board, SNAP, to fill in existing vacancies.
I'm going to suggest, I'm going to move to appoint Christine Gonzalez. She's the director now of Big Heroes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 4 is consideration and action on resolution number 2025-063B to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Beautification Committee, BBC.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Hunter Losi. I'm the new board liaison for the Brownsville Beautification Committee, and we are still currently in need of 3 additional board members for a complete board. We have a whole, can you just progress to the next slide, or do I have to say something else? Okay, we've got a great list of candidates. I've always believed that beautification boards are a great entryway into leadership within a city. I myself served on the beautification board of Kaufman, Texas while living there. And we've got a diverse array of people of all ages, economic backgrounds, education backgrounds that are willing to serve on the committee. And so I look forward to your guidance on who will be completing our board so that we can begin our slate of projects for the next year.
We go back to the other slide, please. First one. There we go. Thank you. And I just want to clarify the composition already. It's only 7 members, correct? It's no longer includes a commissioner.
That's correct.
I'm gonna hold on my appointment. I have somebody in mind, but I just want to talk to them first for them to accept the challenge. I'll wait for my.
I'll move to appoint Amanda Dave.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And Commissioner De Leon.
Yes, I request to appoint Juan J. De Leon.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to executive session. Mayor, may we enter into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Perfect. So the City Commission will enter into executive session at 6:55 PM on the following items. Executive session number 1 is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and .87 related to Project WIN. Item 2 is a closed session pursuant to sections 551.07 and .072 related to the potential exchange, lease, devaluation, sale, or purchase of real property regarding the project historical preservation. Item 3 is closed session pursuant to section 551.071 and related to the ad valorem and municipal court collections. Item 4, closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code section 551.071 related to Cameron County Appraisal District. Item 5, closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code section 551.071 and .072 related to the potential exchange, lease, the valuation, sale, or purchase of a real property regarding Project Horizon. Item 6, closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071, including the contemplated or pending litigation or settlement offer related to Bobby Whiteman Cervantes versus City of Brownsville, and executive session 7 pursuant to section 551.074 in related to the city manager's requested debriefing. We are entering into executive session. Yes, there is. I just haven't received it. Would you get that from the mayor? We go to the possible action, the next slide. Mayor, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, ma'am.
The time is 9:14 PM. We are back in open session. Is there any possible action on any items?
Yes, ma'am.
And starting with possible action, item number 1 is the consideration and action related to Bobby Whiteman Cervantes versus City of Brownsville.
Make a motion to proceed as discussed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 2 is the consideration and action related to the resolution number 2025-126, nominating an individual to the Cameron County Appraisal District for the upcoming voting entitlement.
I move to appoint or nominate Gustavo De Leon.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations.
And adjournment.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, meeting adjourned.
The time is 9:15 PM. Good night.